tissues, so we can actually look at the tissues under a microscope as well.
Did you receive a canine in relation to this case?
I did.
Can you describe the canine that you received?
So this was a small breed dog. It was approximately 10 pounds, 4.2 kilograms. We use the metric system for weights. It was a black and white dog, small, had a sort of short curly hair, fur on its body, and it was a female dog.
What was the condition of the dog?
The dog that I received was partially frozen when I received it, but it was severely decomposed. So not the way we normally would see a dog.
Did that state of the animal affect your ability to examine the dog?
It absolutely did.
How so?
Well, one of the things is we have a lot of artifacts that we have to look at. Just with decomposition itself, it changes the way the tissues look, it changes the way the tissues feel, and the tissues actually can break down in our hands as we just manipulate it, even being as gentle as possible.
What happened when you performed your examination of this canine?
So the one thing that happened during my exam was, as I was examining the right side of the body, as I started to dissect it, the tissues just started to fall apart. And so I was creating a lot of artifact just with my examination alone and throughout the entire procedure.
What do you mean when you say artifact?
So artifact is something that someone created after death that has nothing to do with the death of the animal. Could be as simple as moving the animal. Could be when we cut into an organ, we're creating artifacts that we're creating, and we have to be aware of those and interpret with those in our minds.
Did you perform an external examination of the canine before actually manipulating the canine itself?
Well, we perform the external, but we have to move it to look at both sides. And so, yes, and then we move it and looked at the opposite side.
Prior to any excessive handling of the canine, did you notice any holes or anything that required your further examination?
Yeah, so on the right side of the thorax, so the chest of the dog, there was a hole. It was approximately 1 centimeter in diameter that it required further examination.
Okay. And what were your findings during your further examination?
So as I looked at that hole, I noticed that a lot of the tissue was even torn around that hole. I didn't see any blood in that area, and as I examined that further, more and more tissues, muscle, all started to fall apart.
Initially, just a initial view of this area, did it appear that at first it might have been some type of wound that was inflicted?
Yes, it could have been.
Did you have any other abnormal findings during your examination of the animal?
We found several other disease processes. The dog had some dental disease. It had what we call a collapsing trachea, where the trachea is a piece of cartilage, and there's a little membrane on top, and that membrane became wider. So we found that disease process, and then there was some matted fur. This is just some fur that's sort of tightly grown together on the outside of the body.
During your examination, did you see anything that would have led you to the conclusion that the canine in this case died from natural causes?
I didn't find any natural causes that would have explained its death.
Did you look for any possible evidence of smothering or suffocation?
So we look for it, but that sometimes you don't have any findings to be seen depending on what's been done to the animal.
Okay. For example, if this particular dog had its snout held shut and its nose held shut and it suffocated that way, would you expect to have any findings or any injuries that you would be able to observe considering the condition of this animal?
Something like that, what we would call smothering, Probably not. You're probably not going to see anything at all in a dog.
And the canine that you received, the black and white canine, was identified to you as Breezy?
That's correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Wesley.
Hi, Dr. Stern.
Nice to see you again.
About a year ago, we had a nice chat. A deposition turned into a nice chat. At that time, when we talked, I think we did it virtually,
That's correct.
and you told me that in our discussion that it actually is a pretty new area of pathology and veterinary medicine to do necropsies, and that it's hard to be certain what you're looking at sometimes.
So pathology in veterinary medicine has been around. We've had board-certified pathologists since the early 1960s, so that area is not new. What's new is applying it to animal crimes and investigations. That's been around for about 20 years or so.
The defect on the one side of the torso, could that have been caused by the dog being upside down in death and part of decomposition?
That's possible.
All right, thank you, doctor. No further questions.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Dr. Stern step down.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is he excused from subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Stern. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we're going to take a little bit of an early lunch recess. We are going to resume with the trial at 1:30. As always, please do not discuss the facts of this case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research, and please make every effort to avoid any unintentional contact with any media exposure. If you do happen to see something on your cell phone while on a break, please discontinue reading or watching that, and I will ask when we return. Have a pleasant lunch. We're going to resume with the presentation of evidence at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, defense, anything we need to talk about before taking our lunch recess? State?
No, Your Honor.
I'll be in recess until 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're in recess until 1:30.
Deputies, we have an unrelated hearing at 1 o'clock. Yes, sir. which portion of the statements is that contained, the second half of the January 13th or the January 15th statements?
January 16th, page 124/125.
All right, thank you.
Is that the original? That is the
All right, Ms. Smith, what lines are you referencing? While you are searching for that, does the state anticipate giving out copies for the jury to follow along? Am I going to be requested to give the redacted transcript jury instruction?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's the bottom of page 124, so lines 23 through 25, and then lines 1 through 5.
Right.
And top of page.
On my copy, those are redacted.
Right.
Okay.
Defense is saying they should not.
All right, thank you. And I guess I'm going to know what that needs to reference.
We're ready, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I don't have a copy that's not written on, but.
Why don't you show opposing counsel what's written on your,
Yeah, it just shows the cross out of what ended up being redacted. That's fine.
right, thank you. The redactions on the bottom of page 124, lines 22 through page 125, lines 5, on the statement dated January 15th, 2020, indicated discussion between Detective Quinn and Mr. Tote regarding how long he had been in there. I don't recall a specific motion in limine that addressed that particular issue. Do we know why this language was redacted?
Your Honor, I don't think that it's relevant how long the defendant was in the hospital. There was a motion in limine regarding Baker Act proceedings, and I think that the length of time he was in the hospital is indicative of potentially that issue. I don't think it's a material issue in the case either.
Defense?
Yes, Judge, the January 13th interview is being introduced, which was conducted at the hospital. Them saying 2 days is literally the 13th first interview and the 15th being now. There is indication and talk of being in the hospital. I didn't think it violated the court's ruling in terms of the motion in limine, so that's why I was asking for it to be included based off of the latter part of the conversation when he asked about medication, just to have full context in that area.
Okay, so the state's position is it should be excluded based on relevance grounds?
We can assume anything we want. What is the basis for not? We can include or include anything we want.
Yes, Your Honor, it's the state's position that we can play the portions of the interview that we would like to play.
Are they arguing that it's violating? What is their basis for it being?
I don't know what the defense's basis is for objecting to this redaction.
Essentially, rule of completeness aside from the court's ruling. So the context of the conversation, yes, the state can play whatever they want, but if they're providing transcripts to the jury, if they decided to only play portions of the interview, that's one thing, but if they're providing them transcripts, defense is of the position that those parts of the transcript should be included in terms of context of the conversation. Them choosing not to play it is one thing, but choosing to redact it is a different position.
Well, the transcript isn't evidence.
That I understand. Is that portion redacted from the audio discussion as well?
All of the blacked out portions of the transcript are redacted from the video.
Okay. And the remainder of the blacked out portions are agreed upon by defense, either prior to agreement or pursuant to the court's pretrial rulings.
As far as I understand, yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. And the argument is that this statement should come in based on the rule of completeness.
Essentially, Judge, it provides context to the other part of the conversation when he responds in terms of medication, if he is or has not been taking medications. I understand the state saying it's irrelevant, but the previous interview was conducted 2 days prior at the hospital, and this is asking about, did the hospital give you any medication?
So,
Can I have a moment?
In addition, Ms. Smith?
Yes, Judge. Additionally, there was testimony by, I believe it was Ms. Melendez, that the photographs that she took of him in the white jumpsuit were taken after he was released from the hospital that showed the EKG, ECG readings, and she testified that it was her understanding that he was released from the hospital on the 15th. So that testimony has been introduced, so I don't think including these portions.
Right, the request is to include that specific language on page 124, lines 22 to page 125, line 5, under the rule of completeness. It does appear that there is a continuing discussion as to what day it is, and referencing, other than not knowing the day of the week, you know where you're at, right? I believe it adds context to the conversation. I believe it would aid the trier of fact in making some determinations that the trier of fact is going to be required to make as to the credibility of this statement. I don't know why it was redacted. I understand the state's position that they are in a position to present whatever portions of Mr. Tote's statements they feel are reasonable. I find that appears to the court that it needs to be included for the jury's consideration. I'm not exactly sure how functionally that's going to happen now that we have 14 redacted copies, that the court wasn't involved in making that determination, as well as a redacted copy of Mr. Tote's statements that was not agreed upon. It was the court's intention and requirement of the parties to get together to have a discussion about what parts of this statement were agreed upon and what parts were not, indicate to the court and have a pretrial decision from the court as to what was going to be excluded or not. I indicated to the parties that I would resolve any conflicts and was presented with none, except for the one conflict that we have 10 minutes before the evidence is to be introduced. So what was the delay on this, bringing this to the court's attention, Ms. Smith?
I indicated to the state last week, we were conversing via email, what parts I did not agree to. And so Ms. Pinnell was aware of that. And so I had asked her, I wasn't sure essentially where she left off in terms of was she agreeing to it or was she not. We had corresponded via email in terms of asking why I didn't agree to it. And then I didn't receive any final response to it. I believe Monday I asked her kind of where was she on it. And when did she anticipate utilizing it, but there was never an official, I'm going to keep it redacted or I'm not, until kind of just now when we were using the time to wait for the juror.
Ms. Pinnell?
Your Honor, I had been trying to work out these redactions. I received an email on April 7th indicating that they want the part that I redacted. I indicated that my position on it, and that I believed that I could edit it out if I thought was necessary. I based my decision to do that on the court's ruling regarding the Baker Act. I believe that the time that the defendant was spent in the hospital is irrelevant, and only goes to the fact that he was Baker Acted, which is the reason why he was still in the hospital.
The jury's not going to hear that information.
I understand that, Judge. That's the reason why I redacted it. I never heard anything else about it from defense. I mentioned it to Ms. Smith minutes ago, and it got brought up to the court. I don't know if...
The state doesn't have to ask the permission to redact things. The defense has to bring that against the state. We don't need the court's permission to keep something out. Completeness, we have explained to her, we told her that we were taking it out, and she didn't hear it until right now.
The state's going to play a recording of Mr. Tote's statements. That portion of the statement is going to come in. The court finds it's admissible, it's relevant, and it clarifies some further discussions that he and the detective have on the same page under the rule of completeness. It's coming in. So how are we going to address that situation? We able to collate the transcripts with just pages 124 and 125 with that portion not redacted?
Yes, Judge, but it's going to take me a couple minutes.
I understand. I'm bringing this to the court's attention. Apparently, the disagreement between the parties has delayed the proceedings. It has gone against the court's advisement that I would resolve any of these issues pre-trial. I had plenty of time last week pre-trial to resolve these issues, and no issues were brought before the court. So is it your intention to elicit these statements on your next witness?
No.
Okay.
I have one witness before.
All right. Let's see what we can get accomplished after the one witness. Anything else we need to talk about? State? Hearing nothing, let's return the jury, please. Ms. Pinnell, I'm going to give back here. Copy.
What's that? Yeah, but can you get it done? Okay. All right. So okay. That's just over there, and they're not objecting to that. So, all right. So pages. Where's this? Where do you have this? Mm-hmm. So we need 20 copies of. Yeah. Okay. Who did the redaction?
All right, the jury, please.
Be seated. Thank you. The state of Florida may call their next witness.
The state would call Dr. Bruce Goldberger.
Where's the original auto?
testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon. Will you please say your first and last name and spell your last name?
My name is Bruce A. Goldberger, Goldberger.
What do you do for a living?
I'm professor and director of toxicology at the University of Florida in the College of Medicine in the Department of Pathology. I'm also chief of the Forensic Medicine Division in the Department of Pathology.
How long have you been doing that?
I started at the university in October 1994. I've been practicing forensic toxicology since 1982, so 40 years.
What is forensic toxicology?
Forensic toxicology is the application of toxicology for the purpose of the law. Toxicology is the study of poisons, and the focus of my work, mostly as a forensic toxicologist, is the action of drugs on the body.
What types of duties do you have for your employment?
So about half of the time, I'm supervising and having oversight of the forensic toxicology laboratory at the University of Florida, where we serve 4 medical examiner districts throughout the state, working about 2,500 death investigations a year, as well as working about 50 cases a year for Florida Highway Patrol. The other 50% of my time is devoted in part to research in toxicology, as well as some of my forensic epidemiology assignments with the Florida Department of Health and the Centers for Disease Control.
What type of education and training have you undergone to do all of these things?
I have a BA degree in zoology from Drew University, which is a small school in New Jersey. And then I have a master's degree and a doctoral degree in forensic toxicology from the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
During your career, have you had the opportunity to work with diphenhydramine, toxicity, overdose, fatalities?
Yes. All of the drug tests that I personally performed, as well as those that I have oversight of now, involve testing for diphenhydramine, or commonly known as Benadryl. So at the university, we've worked over 60,000 cases for state medical examiners, and nearly every single one of those cases would include screening for diphenhydramine.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to review toxicology reports from some testing done on Zoe Tote, Tyler Tote, Alexander Tote, and Megan Tote in this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to start with Zoe. The tissues that were tested for Zoe were liver and brain tissues. And are you aware of the quantitation of the diphenhydramine in both the tissues?
Yes.
What does that information tell you?
That Zoe had ingested diphenhydramine sometime before her death.
Okay. Now, you testified that you've had experience with cases involving diphenhydramine toxicity and diphenhydramine overdose, as well as fatalities. Were you able to form an opinion as to whether the amount of diphenhydramine in Zoe's system would have been fatal to her?
It's simply not possible because of the condition of the body and the tissues. While diphenhydramine was identified and quantified in the liver and the brain tissue, those concentrations need to be interpreted with great caution because of the potential postmortem change that occurred from the time of death until the time of the autopsy.
What type of change would you expect to see?
Well, there's decomposition to the tissue, obviously to the body, and changes can result in increases in drug concentration and also decreases in drug concentration. In tissue this decomposed, it's unlikely that these concentrations reported by the laboratory are exactly the same at the time of death.
Okay. Would you expect these concentrations to be higher or lower at the time of death?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Based upon that information, did you form an opinion as to what type of effect the diphenhydramine would have had on Zoe at around the time of her death?
I would have expected there to be an effect on Zoe's central nervous system, and those effects would include fatigue and lethargy, perhaps even coma. But I can't, as I said before, definitively state that this was the toxicological cause of death based on those concentrations.
What about Alexander Tote? What information were you able to form an opinion as to the effect of the diphenhydramine in Alex's body?
In Alex's body, there was diphenhydramine quantified in fluid from the right chest, as well as diphenhydramine in the liver tissue and diphenhydramine in the brain tissue.
What does that information tell you?
Again, that he ingested diphenhydramine before his death.
Based upon the levels of diphenhydramine, were you able to form an opinion as to whether those levels would have been fatal?
Again, my opinion is the same as Zoe, that it's not possible in a definitive way to say that this was the sole toxicological cause of death.
Based upon the levels, do you believe that you would have, that Alec would have had some type of effects from the diphenhydramine?
Yes, I would. Same kinds of effects I described before, which might include fatigue and lethargy, sleepiness.
Alec also had acetaminophen that was notated on the toxicology results.
Yes.
What would you expect to see if the acetaminophen would have been taken at a high enough dose to cause death?
Acetaminophen doesn't cause acute toxicity, meaning toxicity at that moment of ingestion. Now, while someone might have some ill effect from a large dose of acetaminophen, like stomach upset, nausea, and vomiting, the effects of acetaminophen are delayed by about 3 days. And the acetaminophen causes necrosis of the liver.
So if somebody had just ingested enough acetaminophen to cause death, you would expect during an autopsy to find necrosis of the liver?
If the death was due to acetaminophen toxicity, the medical examiner would find necrosis of the liver.
Moving to Tyler. Did you form any opinion based upon the toxicology results that you received for Tyler?
with Tyler, diphenhydramine was quantified in left chest fluid, as well as in liver tissue and brain tissue.
Did you form any opinion as to what effects, if any, the diphenhydramine would have had on Tyler?
Same opinion as Zoe and Alec.
And how about Megan?
Diphenhydramine was identified in liver tissue obtained from Megan, as well as brain tissue from Megan.
Did you form any opinion as to the possible effects of the diphenhydramine on Megan?
Again, I would expect there to be lethargy, sedation, sleepiness, same as the other three.
Based upon the levels in the results, are you able to make any determination as to whether the consumption of diphenhydramine would have been fatal for Megan?
In consideration of the decomposition that followed subsequent to her death, it's not possible to assess definitively whether diphenhydramine was the cause of death, toxicological cause of death.
Were the levels that you observed on the toxicology results, I know that you can't give any definitive opinion due to the decomp of the bodies, but reviewing that along with your experience, did you believe that these levels were high?
I would say they're remarkable. It's hard to say what low and high is, particularly in a body decomposing, but they're remarkable. That is, they're significant. The findings are important. They're not artifactual.
Is it your opinion that the diphenhydramine in the case of each of these individuals was a contributing cause to the death?
It's more of a medical examiner type question, but I agree with the medical examiner that these deaths were associated with diphenhydramine toxicity. Again, associated with my opinion just previous that these are significant or remarkable findings, both in fact that the drug is present as well as the concentrations present in the fluids and the tissues.
I have no further question.
Good afternoon, Dr. Goldberg.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so I kind of want to pick up where you stopped at in terms of remarkable. What does that mean in everyday terminology?
Every day. Well, it's kind of a medical term where remarkable means it's not incidental, that it has some significance or importance. So in this case, I'm picking up with the medical examiner's opinion that this is a finding of toxicity or diphenhydramine toxicity specifically, not necessarily the cause of death in a toxicological way, but a finding that cannot be ignored.
And in terms of toxicity as a whole or in general, there's a difference between non-toxic and toxic, correct?
Yes, non-toxic obviously would be no effect on the body. No toxic effect on the body, right? So harmful effect.
And so in terms of toxicity, when you're looking in terms of the work that you do, are you looking specifically for levels that are remarkable, or are you looking for general levels as well?
Yeah, that's really a great point. So, like I said, we've screened tens of thousands of cases for diphenhydramine in decedents, and a small number of those individuals did die due to the ingestion of a large dose of diphenhydramine. So it's not that uncommon. We see it from time to time. But we also find diphenhydramine in many people, but not in a remarkable concentration, mostly as an artifact because it's a popular medication. It's available over the counter for the treatment of allergy or maybe also for insomnia.
So in terms of the toxicologists or the reports that you reviewed in this case, the conclusion in terms of Zoe that you were indicating that it was not possible to identify it in terms of being a cause of death, is that something that you also attributed to the other members of the family?
Yes, and it's the medical examiner that determines the cause of death. My point of view comes in as a toxicological cause of death. So I'd say keep that in mind. So in terms of the toxicological findings, I have no possible way to say that this drug in these 4 individuals was the cause of death toxicologically.
Can you say that it was not?
No.
And I believe you said that acetaminophen, that was only present in Alec.
It was also present in Tyler at a lower concentration in the left chest fluid. Right. And you have to interpret those within caution or with caution because it's from chest fluid.
And does chest fluid typically potentially give higher readings than liver or brain tissue?
No, well, they're measured differently. One's by milliliter and the other's by kilogram or gram. No, just, can you ask the question again?
You were saying essentially that it had to be interpreted the way in which you interpret it, and I was asking if it was because of basically the way you get the concentration.
Just because of the decomposition, everything that we would consider would have to be done with caution.
Gotcha. Can I have a moment, Judge?
Of course.
No further questions, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect, Ms. Fentanyl.
Briefly.
The levels of diphenhydramine that you observed in the results for Zoe, do you believe that that level would have affected Zoe's ability to defend herself?
It's very likely, yes.
Same question for Alec
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
and Tyler.
Yes.
What about Megan?
Yes.
No further question.
Thank you. May Dr. Goldberger step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is he excused from subpoena?
Not at this time.
Dr. Goldberger, you're subject to recall. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
May I see the attorneys briefly at the bench? Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a break. Please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. Thank you.
All rise, the jury, please.
All right, parties may be seated. As discussed at the bench, the court's going to take a break. The court has, based on its order, required the state to restore a portion of the redacted transcript as well as the redacted recording. I understand that process is underway. It may take about another 20 to 30 minutes. I will simply recess, and the state, if you will indicate to Madam Clerk when the copies have arrived and when the copy of the recording has arrived. Defense, I'd like you to review that portion of the recording and the transcripts to verify that that portion has been restored. Anything else we need to talk about before we take a break? Defense? State? Being in recess, just so indicate to the clerk, and I'll return as soon as I get your word. Thanks.
Thank you.
State ready to proceed? Defense?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm going to remind the members of the media, please do not photograph any portion of the jury box or the jurors. I believe, again, this may have been done inadvertently, but there is a agreement between the Ninth Judicial Circuit and the members of the media not to photograph any of the potential jurors. So I believe in some of the wide shots, portions of the jurors were visible. Please avoid that. We're going to bring back in the jury. Thanks. Yes, sir. I've got photographs of some of the footage on a wide shot. There were some jurors that were plainly visible that was broadcast. So I'm going to ask that you make an effort to avoid that. I think it was inadvertent. It was, and I apologize. Not a problem, sir. Let's return our jurors, please. State, if you'll let me know when you'd like me to read those stipulations, I'm happy to do that.
All rise to the jury, please.
You may be seated. Thank you. State of Florida may call their next witness.
State of Law Detective Cole Miller.
Mr. Clerk, please read it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to enter in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Will you please say your first and last name, spell your last name for the record?
Cole Miller, Miller.
Where are you employed?
Osceola County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
Almost 15 years.
Back in January of 2020, what was your assignment at the sheriff's office?
Violent Crimes Unit.
What were your duties as a detective in the violent crimes unit?
Respond to death investigations, homicides, suicides, that type of stuff.
On January 13th of 2020, were you assigned a case involving an individual identified to you as Anthony Tote?
I was.
Do you see Anthony Tote in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you please identify an article of clothing and a location in which he's sitting?
Blue shirt with a silver tie.
Has the appearance of the defendant changed since you saw him in January of 2020?
Yes, it has.
How?
He's lost a lot of weight.
During your investigation, Did you have an opportunity to speak with the defendant January 13th of 2020?
I did.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak with the defendant on January 15th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Was your interview on January 15th audio and video recorded?
It was.
I'm approaching the witness with what's been marked states ZZ for identification. Detective Miller, have you had an opportunity to briefly view some of the portions of the interview on this flash drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this flash drive contain the interview that was conducted with Anthony Tote on January 15th of 2020?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce into evidence what's been marked states ZZ for identification, and the evidence is states 38, I believe.
States 38 will be received, which is double Z as in Zulu.
The state would seek to publish states 38. I
Thank you.
do have transcripts.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. You are about to view a recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way that you view and consider this evidence. You are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as you do any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recordings. Transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read.
Sorry for the delay.
attorneys up here real quick. I've received an inquiry from the jurors as to whether they may take notes on the transcript. Please remember that pursuant to the instructions, the transcripts are not evidence, so they will not be sent back into the jury deliberation room for consideration if deliberation is required in this case. If you are going to take notes, you will be permitted to take your personal notes back for consideration if you're called upon to deliberate. So after the video is shown, the courtesy copies of the transcripts will be collected. You may continue, statement.
Everything okay?
Yeah.
All right, we're here, right? What you said? Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. What was your middle name?
John.
John? John.
And spell the last name again?
Tovt. Okay. Our case number is 20I004299. Hold on. Turn this stupid thing off real quick. Maybe. I can figure this damn thing out, right? There we go. Okay. Just to let you know I'm recording this, just like the conversations we had the other day at the hospital. What I want to do is, this is what I read you the other day. I want to have you I'm going to read it to you again before I speak to you, obviously. So Miranda rights. I'm required to inform you that you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand? Can you speak up a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you're not entitled to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning, you are entitled to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning. You understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one will be provided before and during questioning without charge. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. I know verbally you said yes. If I could be so kind, or if you could be so kind, could I get you can read these? Okay. I'll throw your signature right there if you can. You can read them verbatim, whatever you want. I know you said yes. Each one will. You got it? Oh, no, you can't get that one? Sure. Yeah. There we go. Sorry.
That's okay.
And I will know that as it's here once, but sort of famous to Mr. Private True, correct? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I know we're speaking about our investigation, case number 20I004299. What I'll have you do, obviously, you're in a set of handcuffs right now in the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. If I could ask you, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that everything that we're speaking about today is going to be the truth and nothing but the truth, the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's a very tragic event, very unfortunate event. Earlier this week, we were called to your home. Obviously, I'm just doing this. All three of us have already spoken. I don't know what they treated you for. I don't know if it was something to do with some liver, kidneys, or something like that, enzymes or something.
Benadryl overdose.
Benadryl, okay. How do you feel right now?
Regarding health-wise,
Yeah, I mean,
I feel very sad and very upset that I'm still here and
yeah. Is there somewhere else you'd rather be?
with my family on the other side.
On the other side? Okay. And you do know your wife
And the jury
and
is
children are
continuing their
deceased?
deliberations, they're not
That's where you wanna
waiting,
be.
they're
Okay.
waiting for the answer, but
All right.
they just kept on going.
Well, some progress has been made since we last spoke. Okay, I had the unfortunate event of attending their autopsies yesterday. Okay, and we'll get to the kind of the details on that. There are some
Well, they first asked for a
some
board,
questions that I have based
a
upon
footboard,
what I've witnessed yesterday, and then what
and
we
that's
last
what we
spoke
thought
about.
was the
So,
first question. And
just
it
to
was
clear
just
my
the
mind and go through
logistics.
everything, I'd like to
And then
just
shortly thereafter,
start from the
they came to
beginning.
the question.
if we can.
Well, I haven't been back there, but
How we-
David
how we
went
led
back
up to
there
where
to
we're at
pick
right
up
now.
the question. He said
Okay.
it looks like
Okay.
quite the production is going
For a while,
on. You've got a serious group there,
I
man.
like to
They're
start.
gonna take at it.
Should be watching these videos, talking about the afterlife, talking about salvation, talking about how families go to stuff.
Slow down a little bit right now. I'm just having a hard time keeping up with you. That's okay. Let's speak up.
But
And-
students have young families,
watching these
so
videos
I
and watching
imagine 5 o'clock
everything going
will
on,
be their cut. but
she
I don't
presented
know
them to
that
me.
for sure.
And I started watching them with kind of a uneasy, whatever. And the more and more we watched, the more and more I gained an understanding that
Does
there
she
is
have
more than
access
this
to
life here,
Brandon?
a higher
But you have to go back upstairs for Brandon.
level of consciousness. And then we started researching and researching and researching,
Let's see
and
what we can
then
do.
we started
Buster,
finding
because we still got a
more
few minutes for people to
about
get here.
the world is coming to the end, the apocalyptic end, and that families are going to be separated and enslaved, and to
Well,
better
if she sends it
avoid
out
this,
in an
to all
email
go
to
together.
everybody,
Okay.
and you could print it.
You mean die together?
Die together, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay? So, people know I've been chronically ill for a while. This really appealed to her, and because it
Well,
appealed to me
if
also.
you don't
she
have it here,
was
then
being
just simple
anything,
print
found her
upstairs,
to be
go get it,
separated.
bring it back.
There would be no more sorrow, no more heartbreaking, no more anything. It would be a salvation and everlasting life.
And like I explained my procedure, I always have
So we
it
kept
typed.
doing our research, kept doing our research, kept doing our research, reading up things,
We
meditating,
discussed the typed
and
version.
decided that,
We
yeah,
prepare
this
an
should be
answer
a
to
thing.
send back.
This
It's
should be what we
typed
should
up.
do. Okay?
The
We
court
had sat
reporter
down and talked
maintains
to the
any
boys,
scribblings or anything I
and
did
there was
during
just
the
some
analysis.
different things about,
I've given a
you know,
typed
death,
version, and that way we
and
don't
the way
interrupt
the,
the
what would happen if mommy died, how would you feel, what happened when daddy died, what would you feel? And because this response was that we don't want you to die, we want to die with you. Okay?
So when did you guys start talking to the children about this? We're in January now.
No, it was before Thanksgiving.
Okay. And your wife first showed you these videos when?
She started watching them, or she first started showing them to me in April.
April. Okay. And what was she using to watch these?
Her Microsoft Surface laptop.
And that's the one in the blue case?
Yes, it's a flip, yes.
All right. Okay. Go on. So you talked to the children.
Talk to the children, just to get a general understanding what they want to do on time. And they didn't want to live without us. Okay? We didn't point blank say we're going to die and, leave you behind, but, what would you do if mommy and daddy died? And we don't want to live without you. We don't want to live without you. In conversation with my wife, we didn't want to live without them either. We wanted to bring a whole family together and make it transverse together. Okay? So we were coming up with different things of how we could do this. We didn't know how we could do this because we're not violent people. Okay? Not violent people at all. First, we said, what if we, we started reading different things, or something came on TV about cough medicine. Okay, so could they have some cough medicine that put them to sleep? They overdose of cough medicine, just put them to sleep. And a nice peaceful death. Okay, so my wife made a pudding pie, jello pie, froze it. Nothing happened.
What was in the pie?
What was in the pie? Sleep, ease, these different things with drama, this stuff to put you to sleep.
You said you have a medical background, is that correct?
I have a medical but not a chemical background.
Not a chemical, okay.
Yeah, I'm a physical therapist.
Okay, so you don't have all the like terminology and?
No.
Does your wife?
She's a physical therapist, no.
Okay.
We look it up and...
Where did you guys look this, I was just fixing to ask, where did you guys do the research at?
We went up and down up and down the aisles of the Publix and asked the drug guy, I can't think of it. Pharmacist, thank you. What's something good that puts you to sleep, have trouble falling asleep?
When did you guys start doing this research?
That started research before Halloween, but I just intermittently trying to figure out what was going on,
Okay.
We found out that the best drug to use was the stuff in Benadryl. That's the safest way to put away. The safest way to put in. So it didn't work. So we kept thinking, talking, and just researching different things. And finally, we started researching. We said, we're just going to have to do some sort of exsanguination. Okay? Bleed to death. Okay? That's how they used to do it way in the back, when they used to do sacrificial things.
You take a bleed to death?
Bleed to death.
Oh, bleed to death, sorry. Okay.
That's okay. Okay? And so we started researching where would be the easiest to stab to do so the kids could bleed to death, maybe in combination with the sleep drug.
Okay.
Okay? And that's how everything led up to be.
Okay. So that's through research. You guys have found, now you're saying you and your wife did this together?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in doing all the research and everything, how did we get to Monday morning? Take me back to the holidays. When do you think the children died? That type of stuff.
I'm still trying to remember when the children died. I can't put those pieces together.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
We wanted the kids to stick around for the Christmas holiday concert because we didn't want to disappoint that.
Did you guys celebrate Christmas Day?
No, the kids were there before Christmas.
Because family is saying that that they spoke with Megan the day after Christmas. Was Megan alive the day after Christmas?
No, she died right the day after the boys did.
Right. I remember you saying that the other day. That's why I've made contact now with your family and with Megan's family. And so Megan's family is 99% sure that looking back through cell phone records and stuff that they spoke with her, not text message. They spoke with her the day after Christmas.
No.
And she said the children were sick.
No.
Okay, so you're adamant that they died before Christmas?
Yes.
Okay. The children, you said, died 24 hours or so a day prior to Megan?
Correct.
Okay, so let's go to the day of their death. How did this go down?
Woke up at 11:30 at night. We set the alarm for 11:30 at night and got up out of bed. And it was to Zoe first.
Okay.
Meg walked me to the room and she walked back into her room.
Step by step. So you guys are sleeping in the master room, I'm assuming?
Yes, my wife and I, yes. And the dog.
And the puppy, okay. Which boy was upstairs?
Zoe was upstairs in her room.
Okay.
Alec was upstairs in his room. Tyler was asleep downstairs in the library room.
And why again was he down there?
The two of them were sick, so we kept them apart.
Okay. All right, so, okay, go ahead, sorry.
Okay. So we walked to the door, Zoe's door. Megan and I hugged and kissed, and pretty much we know what you need to do. Come back at me when we're done. So I went into Zoe's room, and it took me 2 or 3 hours sitting there because it's a tough. But the everlasting salvation and the thought of that everlasting salvation was there, and I needed to save her soul. We wanted her to be with us. Megan kept coming in. What's going on? I'm like, it'll be done in a little bit. It'll be done in a little bit. It's getting past that. I'm not like that, you know. The initial thought was to stab into the umbilicus above the navel, so I could get the inferior vena cava or the abdominal aorta and be bleed out within no time whatsoever. I know I tried. I don't know if I ever punctured it. I don't know if I did or not. I saw a little mark on her, but I don't know if I saw anything. But then she rolled and started swiggling, and I put my hand over her mouth, and I put a pillow over top of her. So she went, and then she started to fade away, and I just held that until there was no motion left.
So you didn't lay on her?
I did lay on her when she lay on her belly. I'm sorry, I laid on her to keep her down, and I put the pillow on top.
Okay. Do you think you stabbed her or no?
I don't know. I didn't see anything.
Okay. So how long would you say it took you to take her life?
The whole motion?
Yeah.
Like from the minute I was sitting in there, or from?
Well, I'm saying once you initially take action, okay, did you have a knife with you?
Yes.
Which knife did you have with you?
The small knife.
Which is what color?
Green.
Okay, that's the green buck knife that you talked
Green
about?
buck knife, yes.
Okay, all right. So you had that in her bed.
Mm-hmm.
So how long from the time that you had the knife out to the suffocation until you think that she was deceased?
I want to say 10 minutes, 15 minutes, right around there. It seemed like that night took forever, so it's hard to really gauge on the time.
Okay, and you said you used a pillow over her head?
Yes.
Was she face up or face down?
She kept moving. I think she was on her back with her head towards the wall, so in that way.
So for 10 minutes to 15 minutes, you held a pillow over your daughter's head?
Mm-hmm.
How long did she kick and scream?
Only for a couple of minutes.
A couple minutes?
Mm-hmm.
So like 2 minutes?
I had no timer, but yes.
I'm just saying, guys, minutes looking back.
And I just held it there because
That's a long time.
Yes, it is.
Did the other children hear her?
No.
Did your wife hear her?
My wife kept going up. I felt her in the opening the door to see what was going on and shutting the door and walking back.
Okay.
Because you could see the light coming in.
Okay. So you think the sun was coming up, or was it just the light from
There
the
was light from the hallway.
a light bulb? Okay. So now Zoe is deceased. And what happens next?
Walk out. Stood with Megan in the room for a little while.
How was the body?
How do you mean?
How was the positioning? Where was the pillow?
There was a pillow behind her head, and her hands were out to the side, and I made sure the covers were on top of her, just in essence to keep her warm.
Did she have anything in her hands?
No, I had put a rosary in her hands later on when I moved.
When you moved the bodies?
I moved the bodies, yes.
Okay, we'll get to that. And that was post-rigor?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, sorry, we're getting a little bit ahead of us.
No, that's okay.
I'm getting ahead of myself, I'm sorry. Okay, so Zoe's gone. You and Megan console each other, whatever you guys have to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then what happens?
We go into Alex's room.
Alex room?
Yes. The one next to the staff room, the one upstairs.
One upstairs, okay.
Yeah. And beforehand, we had talked about the aspect of she's got to hold his feet down, and I'll do the stab.
How old's Alec?
13.
Okay, so he's the oldest. Okay. Okay, so what happens?
We walk in. He's on his back. She's just sitting there holding his feet together. We're just in there, just eyeing each other, just gaining the confidence, I guess, you know. And I go to, I stabbed him, and he started kicking, was trying to get up, and he kept rolling. So I ended up putting there was a pillow there, and I put a pillow in the back of his head so he wouldn't hit me with the back of his head. And I reached around with my hand and held his nose in his mouth. And he kept rolling and kicking and rolling and kicking, and then it eventually stopped.
And where was Megan at?
Megan left midway through there and went back to the room.
All right. How long would you say it took to kill Alec?
That one I have no idea. It went quickly, but I don't know.
Okay. And there was blood and everything in his bed?
Under his bed, yes.
Where did you stab him?
In the stomach, the same spot that we identified as where you could get the inferior vena cava.
And what area did you call that?
Inferior vena cava?
No. You called it earlier.
Abdomen?
It's overall the abdomen. I think you used another term earlier. It was the one that you specifically spoke about the navel.
Umbilicus.
Umbilicus?
Yeah, umbilicus.
Okay. Is that something that you researched in there, or you knew that from your profession?
So research and learn ahead of time.
Okay.
Especially on a website called Quora.com.
Any objection?
QUORA.com.
QUORA.com.
Yes.
And what is Quora? If I go research this, what is it going to show me?
Quora.com, you can ask anything they want as people feedback. We happen to find it just by looking up.
Okay, we're on the record. We distributed questions to counsel who were present. All counsel are not here yet. They're on their way. So we're going to take a second and not discuss it until everybody's here. So with that, we'll close the record.
How do I change the oil on my...
That I don't know.
Is it like medically based, or...
It's not medically based. It's a lot of topics that people talk about, but don't, I guess, talk about on the internet. I just used it for suicidal techniques and also to get ideas how to do it with the knife.
When were you doing your research on Quora.com?
Started that before Halloween.
Before Halloween?
Yeah.
Where did you learn of that? You may have said this. Where did you learn of Quora.com?
I happen to be just researching knife techniques. And it comes up, and a couple of the questions came up as, how do I kill myself with a knife? So I clicked on that, and there was Quora.com. So I clicked on Quora.com. There's a lot of stuff out there.
Yes, I know the internet is very crazy. I know there's some stuff on it. But when you typed in, when you were talking about knife techniques, like was it how to cut up some steak, or is it how to...
Offensive techniques, defensive knife technique.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you've done your research on that going back pre-Halloween.
Yeah.
Did you have to create any type of accounts or anything like that?
You go in, you ask questions. The suicide ones, when I was asked about suicide, once you clicked in 2 or 3 times, like the links, it actually verify your age through Google.
Okay.
So you just click out and just do 3 more times without.
So you don't have to have like a login or a sign-in name or create an account?
You can create an account, but you don't have to.
You don't have to. Do you remember which device you were using when you were researching Quora.com?
My iPhone, I don't know what the phone number for that is. I want to say it's 0742 or something like that.
0742, you mean the passcode
No, the phone number to it.
for the iPhone?
Yeah.
What was the passcode for that one again?
5108.
5108?
Correct.
Just for your iPhone, which is what you did the research for Quora.com with.
And also my black Surface app.
Surface tablet?
Yep.
When did you do this research on the tablet?
Intermittently between.
Is there a login or is there a sign-in or, a passcode for your tablet?
Passcode for my tablet is 75, it's a phased one, but I'm pretty sure it's 7577, capital G, lowercase ULA.
.com? No, just tablet, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So, getting back to taking the life of Alec. And is it A-L-E-K? Okay. Alec, who was 13.
We're on the record, currently counsel or
You're saying
present. I
that you were
assume you're
solely
waiving your
responsible
client's
for his
appearance.
life loss. This is just
A
his murder.
question was propounded by the jury.
Your wife, at this point, was
The
aware.
original is upstairs right now. It will be given to the court
Had you
reporter.
given the
I
children
have typed what the
any
question
medications
was.
prior to this night? I know you talked
It
about
reads,
the
Dr.
pie
Joe
or whatever
Zivit
that your wife had
states
made.
that at the end of his letter, that
until this
he
point, were the
included a
children
list of
routinely
articles
given
that
any type of
supported his opinion.
medications?
Why are they not
Are we doing some
included?
supplements on that?
Or are they missing?
All right. So the night in question, they weren't under the influence of anything. They were just normal.
They had
What'd you call it, pie or something like that?
Any thoughts, folks? Absolutely.
That night. I don't remember if we gave him anything.
It's a tricky
Because
question.
those are two separate nights. We tried the pie one night.
You tried it before.
Mm-hmm. But I don't remember if we tried anything.
No, I was
decided on.
standing because I was here when.
So you didn't try to sedate him or anything like that prior to
I
killing
think to
them?
say something is that any articles that were not authored by the
They're asleep.
experts, plural, were not sent. Because isn't that what we agreed on ultimately?
Didn't make sense, but we wouldn't. Yeah, we must have given the cough medicine
So
again.
then no
We must-
article?
I'm serious, we must have given the cough medicine
I
again.
would say.
I'm just thinking if you're trying to
They are not
do
just.
something like that, you've done that preparation. I mean, you started preparing this back in April. So I was thinking you've done your research and everything like that.
Okay, folks, I think you've got a couple alternatives here. They weren't included with the original
You have
report.
medications at hand and stuff like that to kind of.
Okay? And that was one of my chief problems when we were going through the exhibits.
Okay.
Now, he submitted a report that didn't have a list of articles on it, if you
The
remember,
remains and stuff like that, that one.
and we sent that
We'll
thing
come up
back.
with that at a later time,
Okay?
but, okay, so
I
Alec
think
is
it's
gone.
something simple, it wasn't, they weren't
After that.
attached to the original report, therefore they are not up for your
And she
review.
turned to me, she goes, we have to finish this
Now?
before the sunlight comes up.
That is, and that's also shows the deficiency on the
Yeah, so she
experts
says, I'm gonna go
part,
downstairs.
which
I'm
is
gonna
not why we
stand,
landed where we
because the way the
did.
downstairs
There
Okay.
is,
was 3 reports, and I know why we landed where we did,
the way the
but
downstairs is.
now that I'm going back
if you
to
saw
the day
house,
of Black
see that
Monday,
My
and
Tyler
Ms.
is the
Grubb,
strongest kid.
assuming
and my
she's
Tyler is the
correct,
quickest kid.
I think we should just do an
And if you got out of the room by
anticipatory
chance,
articles
you know, it would.
were not sent back. Is
It
that,
wouldn't help
Were
the
any of the
situation.
articles sent back on the other
Because
experts?
we
I
wouldn't be able
think
to catch them.
Healy's,
Hence, we wouldn't be able to
that's
all put it together.
cross-examination and impeachment, not for.
Was there fear like maybe he would,
but they were also authored by him.
And they were
like
authorized.
outside of the home?
That's why I
like,
did that
neighbors or
caveat. I
something?
think there was 3 Eli articles that he authored.
So it was almost like a quick, I don't want to say like an attack, but it was a quicker movements with him.
Yeah.
Yes. The same thing. Megan stood outside the door, just in case, so the door came open. And I had gone in, and he was laying on his,
As the court pointed out, provided very.
he was laying on his left
I
side.
think we're clean
I was able
to
to get
say
in and
these articles
Put
are
the
not
knife
part
right
of
in
the
there.
exhibits as admitted.
The guy that got it, it started bleeding quite a bit, but then being strong, he kept moving, so then again, I had to put a pillow on top of my hand, and he went really, really quick.
Because that's not true.
So that is true.
There were no articles offered by any
Okay,
expert.
y'all talking at the same time. Stop.
But.
Okay, Ms. Menashe, you're on the floor. Go ahead.
With the boys, which knife did
Your
you
Honor,
use?
as I recall, I know it's one day Monday, but there were some articles authored by Eli that came in that I used on cross-examination that were not the basis of his report that he authored. So like, for instance, the baptism article. I just say that because it's a visual, I remember. However, initially, we had some discussions about the article, and I know Ms. Rupp had an initial thought, and we changed it, and in the end, the parties just said, okay, no articles, if they weren't authored, and by the person. And that's where we landed.
Door things.
Okay, and that's the room.
Well,
Was he on a mattress? Was he?
He was on the mattress, and the mattress, my wife is very adamant about,
Diane said, well,
mattress covers.
use is good to
So
begin
the
with.
top of the mattress cover and all his blankets and
Okay,
everything.
no articles to go back, but that still.
Did that mattress stay downstairs?
Begs the question.
That mattress
how
stayed
is the
downstairs.
court going to
The
frame
cover
this?
and everything else.
To frame it in the simplest terms is the best way
So
to
obviously
frame
there
it.
should be, if he,
So
if
we
he
don't
bled
need to
or bled out, there
say
should be
that
signs of that on the
the only
mattress.
articles that went
The
back
mattress
were
was clean
those
because
written
the,
by the witness.
the
All we
cover.
need to say is,
What do you mean
they
by
are not
cover?
part of
Mattress
the
cover.
exhibits admitted,
It was just cloth.
period.
I don't know what
I
it
mean,
is.
that's my
It doesn't allow
suggestion.
fluid or
The court
anything to go through.
obviously has the power to answer as you see fit. Yes.
Okay, they've got the CVs, here's what I'm worried about, which lists all the articles they ever published. Let me
Your Honor,
think.
One other thing, if I could. Actually, Ms. Mick just points out that the report that was supposed to go back to the jury should not have even mentioned the fact that there were articles.
Well, it's a little late to be talking about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Your Honor, if I could, I know that you're thinking, but then it's, because I anticipate what you're thinking, if we say only articles that were authored, then they could say, well, there's 400 on the CV. Why don't we have those? And I think that we agreed that articles any expert relied upon, that they did not author, the parties agreed not to send back. Because I will tell you, the Schweiger articles, for instance, 4 to 5 minutes off the record, Schweiger article, 4 to 5 minutes, then full support, he died. That did not go back, even though he relied on that.
Right.
So because he didn't offer it in the end, Janet and I were like, okay, what's goose for the goose? I guess I'll adopt that discussion.
Okay. This is what I wrote down. The parties agreed that any article not authored by the expert and not used during the trial would not be sent back for your consideration.
Please note our objection for the record, because I don't believe that was the agreement, Your Honor. They don't have the Joel Zivit articles because they weren't provided appropriately. That's the truth. That is the correct answer. That is the truthful answer. They don't want that, and I get that. I wouldn't expect them to want that answer. So to make up an answer at this point, which is not exactly the truth of what it was, because we did it. There was an evidentiary issue is why they didn't go back. So under 803, your analysis, and then by a party agreements, we said, okay, if we're going to go with 803, then we'll abide by 803 on both sides. It would be my suggestion that we just answer their question directly. They are not missing, because are they missing? No, they are not missing. And then just say they are not part of the exhibits. Because that is a direct answer to their question. And that question, Your Honor, I think is an invention at this point, and I would object to that on those bases. But of course, as Ms. Grubb said, it is for you to decide what's said.
Ms. Menashe?
Thank you, Your Honor. I actually never moved to admit the 15 articles because this was a conversation back in chambers that was held that you proactively said the 15 articles, because of discussions were coming out, it was the third iteration of the report. So I actually think to say they were kept out is also a misrepresentation because I never formally offered the 15 articles. In fact, the state is right. The report that was to go back wasn't even to mention the articles because that was the directive from the court because we did have the issues with Dr. Zivit's report. I think it is a very fair summary and doesn't highlight or discredit anyone else's veracity or credibility to say any report that was drafted by an expert and relied upon that by them was not sent back. Take out the parties agreed, whatever, but I never offered the 15 articles.
Any article not authored by the expert and not used during the trial were not sent back.
Your Honor, there were articles used during the trial that weren't sent back.
I'm trying to fix the problem. I'm trying to
I
do it
understand.
concisely without.
Your Honor, again, I believe the simplest answer is the best. That they are not part of the exhibits. That's the truth. It's plain. It doesn't have any qualifiers. You don't have to drill down into what was presented and what wasn't. It's a fact. It's about the exhibits.
Your Honor, one more time, could you read the last proposed answer?
Hers or mine?
No, yours, Your Honor.
Any article not authored by the expert, not used during the trial, were not sent back.
Why don't we just, I understand your concern about the CD, but why don't we just say no articles authored by the experts were sent back? Because that is correct. That is, that were not authored by the experts were sent back. Eli's articles were sent.
Okay, that were not authored by them. Yeah, that's accurate.
Which explains why Eli's go back there, because if they look at those articles, whether it's 3 or more, they are all authored by him.
So So your suggestion is any article not authorized by the experts were not sent back?
Authored, Your Honor,
Authored.
like written,
I
sorry.
know. I said I had author written. My fault. You guys object to that?
Yes.
Anything you want to put on the record if I adopt it?
We've made our record, Judge, thank you.
Okay. What we'll do is we'll have her type up any article not authored by the experts were not sent back and leave it at that. Okay? Beth? We've got the printer sent up here, guys. What we'll do is we'll print the determination by the court. We will give it to you before you leave. It'll be sent back. We talked about this before. I realize the statute says I should bring him in and read the answer. I think it's counterproductive, and everybody agreed that we wouldn't need to do that. But I wanted to make sure that we expressed it again on the record before we let everybody go.
We agree with that process.
No objection from that process.
Okay. Let's let her type it. You guys can hang tight. I'm going to close the record. Yes. Yes. Go on.
Oh, sorry.
Any article not authored by the experts themselves were not sent back. I added themselves because I think it sounds clear.
Sounds good.
Okay, I note the state's objection on the whole concept. We'll make the change.
How many copies?
Well, they'll each need copies, plus we need one to go back to the juror and one for the court reporter. So I would say 8.
8, okay.
That's a guess. I assume everybody wants 3 copies so you all can take them. Here's the one I just altered for you. Give it whatever court's exhibit you need. I'm sorry, let me get it back on here. She has been keeping a total of the court exhibits. This will be the next one in line. I believe it's, 20? Because I don't know how you guys did.
The closings are 18 and 19.
Okay, so it'll be exhibit 20 for the record. Okay, you want to go ahead and distribute?
Sure.
Let the record reflect that the parties have been served with copies of the proposal along with the court reporter. We have 1 copy left to send back to the jury. I assume everybody wants to reaffirm their objections, and then I will send it back. Correct?
Judge, I don't know why we need to reaffirm our objections. I think we closed the record. We got
Well, because I ordered what I did before, but that's the only reason in there. But I assume you want to maintain any objections. Anything else to come before the court?
No, Judge.
Okay, we're going to send it back.
Yeah.
I thought it would change.
Silly you.
So, but it's still. I know you're town, but I don't think you can.
No, I can't do that.
House or something? Yeah. Are we doing this full time start? I'm gonna slide out.
just immediate to my son.
Absolutely. Okay. So you get him positioned, you get Alec positioned on the mattress. Which way is he positioned?
He's on his side. Head goes over. Looking up to our bed.
Looking up.
He's looking up towards us. He's on one side or the other. I'm pretty sure he's facing up towards the bed.
Okay. Okay. Because I know one of the boys was almost face down when he was found, and one was on his side, like you just described Tyler was. So I was wondering maybe if Alec.
If any of them were closer face down, that would have been Tyler.
And Tyler was closer to the bed next to your wife?
No, Tyler was the last one.
Okay. So Tyler was the one closest, or the farthest away from the bed?
Correct.
All right. So Meg, Zoe,
That's right.
Alec,
Yeah.
Tyler.
Correct.
Okay. You good?
I had to burn it.
You need a...
Yeah, can I have a tissue?
Yeah. Give you a moment.
Okay.
You good on your drink? Need water or anything?
I need some water.
Like I said.
Like I said, I have nothing to hide. I'm telling you,
Yeah, I mean, that's just something that maybe during this time frame that you don't recall, but it was noticed during yesterday's events that the dog was stabbed.
I didn't do that, but I mean, it doesn't matter.
No.
I just let you know.
Okay. So the children are been positioned. Okay. You guys are coming back together as a family. And I'll use your words. I mean, you've chickened out at this point.
The knife.
You know, with the knife and that type of stuff. The pellet gun, during the course of this, was tried, was attempted. How come you didn't graduate to a real gun?
Because in doing so, I had to... Sorry. There was a whole 3-day wait list.
Well, they were before... I mean, just some days have passed. I mean, it wouldn't have been a bad idea to look back on it.
It's one of those, it'll happen this way, it'll do it this way. Sometimes when I took the Benadryl, I seriously went to sleep for like 2 days. It seemed like 2 days later, you know. And
where would you sleep at?
Either next to Megan in the attempt or somewhere in that room. Sometimes right on the edge, on the floor down there, between the bed and the window. And every time I said, well, let's try it, and it's like, well, now I got to depend on that for 3, but we can get done quicker, and then...
The tower was on during this time frame?
Yes.
Where'd you guys keep the temperature? Do you remember?
I don't, but I want to say, because I was in charge of it, because it was over there, 68.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay. Up in the room, I think there was like some, I don't know if they were humidifiers, I don't know if they were moisture, what were those?
Those are air purifiers.
Air purifiers. Were those there prior to?
The white one by the window was there, because we kept the air purifier going, because we both have heavy allergies. The black one I brought in from the boys' room, just to keep going. Then we use candles and that kind of stuff, and I did sage smudges and that kind of stuff.
For what?
So each bunch is allowed for spirits to pass on and that kind of stuff, so I wanted to make sure no one kept stuff.
Candles were for the same reason?
Yep.
So, it's been some time, we weren't found, or we didn't get there till, what, Monday, which would have been the, what, 12th, maybe? 13th? What were you doing during this time frame? We're talking over 2 weeks.
Trying to kill myself.
Were you leaving the home? Were you going over to the other place in Georgetown or whatever it is?
I went over to the other place once because my daughter really, really, really wanted her Mickey Mouse necklace. So I went up into the condo to see if I could get the Mickey Mouse necklace, to find it in the jewelry box, and I couldn't find it.
So she didn't get it. Now, was that the only time you left?
No, I would leave every time I would be up until I need to go get either more alcohol, more Benadryl, and just food as we're trying to get through this.
Publix or fast food or?
Fast food, unfortunately, but I thought it worked at. Went to McDonald's once or twice.
Okay. Were you checking the mail?
I checked the mail also.
Okay.
To make sure everything was, bringing us stuff so that nothing would leave suspicion out in the front.
Okay. Deliveries,
Pulled them in because I didn't want anything to be seen during my being unsuccessful time after time after time.
Yeah. So there was like a pile of boxes and stuff like near the door? Were those like presents or what in the world was all that?
Pile of boxes near the door.
Yeah. So the people at the scene were telling me that there was like, it appeared like almost like Christmas presents. Did the kids get to open Christmas presents?
No, they weren't alive for Christmas.
They were not alive for Christmas. Okay.
By the printer.
I think there was like packages or something like they were talking about. Okay. So during this past weekend, the power was shut off, is that right?
Sometime this weekend, yes. I'm not quite sure when.
Okay.
Recollections were, I don't really know, to be honest with you.
Did you often sit out on the front porch?
Often sit out on the front porch? No.
Because the day that the agents and everybody were there, you were seen out on the front porch.
No, I don't know why. I don't remember that morning really, like how things matriculated. I just remember I pounded the door. And just hours before, I'd already fallen down those stairs once before. So.
Why is that?
My legs gave out, probably because I was so OD'd on Benadryl or dehydrated, and I was peeing brown. So I was probably just so dehydrated and so whatever.
Okay.
But I don't know exactly how I got, like I said, I remember hearing the door knock. So it was this fast knock. I was like, okay, so I came downstairs, and something was telling me somebody was coming, and I did not know what the whole deal was. The night before, I remember feeling like the house was being surveillanced. Seeing all these red and green dots and things. I don't know if it was, I don't know what the cause of it was. But I came downstairs and I opened the door, and no one was there after the knocking, because it took me a while to get down there.
That was the night before?
No, that was that morning.
Oh, that morning?
Yeah. And after that, I don't have much of a recollection of, except a bunch of guys coming in, and I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't know why I was sitting on the front porch.
Yeah, I guess you were sitting out on the front porch, and then they went and made contact with you inside or something.
And then I also remember seeing Megan out there talking to you guys, which wasn't true. No, I know, but I'm just telling you what, it's like, so I don't, that's why I don't quite.
But now that it's been a couple of days, you probably have a better recollection of what's. what transpired that morning?
I don't have too much of a recollection that morning, honestly.
Well, I mean, looking back, I mean, I can tell you now she's deceased.
No, I know.
So we know she wasn't talking.
Correct, yeah.
So do you remember when they come in the house, do you remember what you told them?
No.
Okay. All right.
I know.
All right. One thing that just popped in my head, I'm sorry, it's what all was purchased at Academy Sports?
The 2 nights.
Were they the only things you purchased that day, or what?
They're intermittent days.
You didn't purchase them together?
No.
The green one, when did you purchase it?
That one was purchased right after Thanksgiving.
After. How about the other one?
The other one, sometime afterwards, before Christmas, because Megan and I were going over what needs to be done, stabbed and where, and she made a comment to the fact that the green one wouldn't even go through me.
So you went and got a bigger one?
I had to get a bigger one myself.
Okay. So there was like a whole bunch of items that appeared like they came from Academy Sports, like with a bunch of the SKUs still, with tags and stuff like that. There was like a bag of stuff. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like some clothing articles and that type of stuff?
Pick me clothing. I remember I picked up 2 fishing lures, I think it was.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for some time. We're going to take about a 5-minute comfort break. Please don't discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please don't conduct any independent research. Thank you.
All rise for the jurors, please.
Feel free to step down. We're in a 5-minute recess.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court is recessed for 5 minutes.
Knew you were talented. always trying to be a helpful person.
Absolutely.
Almost. 44 minutes.
Come to order, circuit court's back in session.
May be seated, thank you. Deputies, can we check on the jurors, and if they're ready, let's resume.
Yes, sir.
Bremen. Thank you.
Well, not here, but specifically. Monday to Friday.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Thank you. Stated, it appears we took a break on page 75 of the transcript. Is that correct? You may continue.
The boys wanted to go do some fishing of some sort. So I figured, if we had time beforehand, we could go check out the 2 lures. And then I picked up the 2 pellet guns on 2 different occasions.
2 guns on 2 different occasions.
2. One at one occasion, one at the other occasion.
Okay. How many times did you frequent Academy?
No. Sorry. I might have gone there 4 times or 5 times.
Did you go alone?
The clothes, I know what you're talking about. There's clothes in the back of the van. We had picked up a bunch of clothes for Alec. Okay? Because of upcoming events and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And we weren't quite sure when everything was going to occur, so we had a bunch of clothes purchased for him.
All right. And did you guys know it was a family when you guys purchased that?
No, it was just Meg and I. The kids were home with Zoe.
And during any of the trips when you were buying fishing lures or anything like that, were you guys with the kids?
No.
Okay. Pellet guns, when were they purchased?
After the kids and Meg were dead. Let's see, right before Christmas or right after Christmas or around that time.
Do you guys use any debit cards, credit cards, cash?
Cash.
Cash?
Mm-hmm.
When's the last time you used a debit card? Or a credit card?
Don't know that I haven't needed to. We purchased those clothes on credit card. I remember that, the Bank of America card. But after that, we had cash around, so we just decided to use cash.
All right, so prior to their deaths, you guys were already using cash?
Mm-hmm.
All right. You said you used a Bank of America card for the clothing?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the guns at?
One was underneath the bed because I shot myself. I was laying next to it, so I put it underneath the bed. The other one, I found out was not that good of a whatever, so I put it in a reusable shopping bag that's in the garage on the top shelf.
Is that one of those bags that you bring to Publix or whatever?
Freezer bags, yep.
Okay. Oh, a freezer bag.
No, those reusable cooler bags.
A reusable cooler bag on top shelf in the garage.
Yes.
Now, there's like a detached. Are you talking about that? The garage out there?
Yes.
Okay. So the detached garage, top shelf.
Top shelf, it's on there, yeah.
Okay. Was there any other weapons or anything like that in the home that was used during any of these deaths or anything like that?
I don't believe so.
So the 2 knives, because we got those,
Mm-hmm.
and the 2 guns.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you guys leave any notes or journals or anything like that?
We left a note trying to explain what we did.
You guys signed that?
No, we just typed it up and printed it.
It was already printed?
Mm-hmm.
Was it printed when Megan was still alive?
No, I printed it after Megan was live. We wrote it up together, and I just didn't print it before.
Did you print that off of which computer? Was it like a tower?
It was a phone.
Your phone was connected to a printer?
Yeah, you can air print.
Okay. So that there would probably be record or something on your phone of that.
If I saved it. I don't remember if I saved it or not.
What kind of zip ties did you try to use?
They're about that wide, and they're long. Pretty industrial.
Where'd you get those at?
Celebration Hardware.
Got like an Ace Hardware or something like that? Celebration Hardware?
Yeah.
Where did you buy those?
I bought those not for that purpose. I bought those for the sofa because we had trouble with the sofa keeping together. So I bought that for that.
How long ago?
Beginning of October. And then afterwards I just looked at it and was like, this, I could use this for myself. You know?
Yeah. Did you physically put one around yourself? How'd you get it off?
Walked into the bathroom and I had what my wife calls the industrial strength toenail clippers. And I was able to cut it with that.
Okay. Where's that zip tie at?
They were all, I tried it multiple times. The pieces of them I kept in the box on top of my dresser.
What kind of box?
It's just a brown box that had soap in it. And I just piled them there. I was trying to keep the place neat.
So the used zip ties that were around your neck are on a brown box.
In a brown box.
In a brown box. On top of your
black dresser.
Black dresser inside of your master bedroom? Okay. All right. Anything else that was used? Any type of straps or ropes or
I had
anything like that?
a strap that I was going to use. It's a...
Gonna use or used?
I tried using it.
Okay.
For setup purposes. I hadn't gone that way yet. I was going to give the Benadryl and whatnot another try. Those tensioner straps.
We talked about it the other day, ratchet straps.
We did talk about it.
Yeah, we talked. You mentioned it the other day. I just didn't know. Just trying to run through things.
It's okay. I was either going to put it on the hinge of the door, put my feet against the door and lean forward, or do the same thing up in the bed. Did
you ever wrap that around your neck? Like test it? What color was the straps?
Red.
Red straps. Where are they at?
The tensioner, that there.
Yeah, the ratchet strap.
Yeah, there's one.
Okay, where's it at?
It's on my side of the bed, hanging on the headboard.
Okay, so it's hanging from the headboard. We had talked about a bunch of like homeopathic type of stuff, like some alternative medicines or whatever that you may have tried to use or that you believed in or whatnot. One interesting thing that was brought up to me was there's arsenic.
I know.
Tell me about that.
Oh, there is arsenic?
Yeah. Where? In your home.
If I would have known that, I would have used that.
So you didn't use that?
No.
Okay.
Where was arsenic?
It was collected. There's a lot of like old school medicine. I didn't know if maybe, because you had talked about the other day, your wife was maybe into like a little bit of alternative medicine.
Yeah, she's doing alternative medicine.
So there was like thistleweed or thistleweed or something like that.
Thistleweed, yeah.
What is it called? Something milk?
Milk thistle. That's for the liver.
Milk thistle. That's for the liver?
Liver detox.
So did you know that there was arsenic in your home?
No.
So that should not be in any of the bodies?
No.
Okay. That you know of?
That I know of.
Yeah, because I think that would have probably killed you.
But I was trying to see if I can mail order arsenic.
Really?
I'm going to. They have this pill out of Mexico, too, that gets caught up in customs 10 to 20% of the time, so I was even trying to do that.
Was it like a suicide pill or something?
Yeah.
Damn. You also researched that on your phone or tablet or something, or?
It was a phone, I do believe, at that time.
And that was that after the deaths? After they?
I'm grabbing at anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like you're desperate at that point. All right. What are you most upset about?
That I'm here. That I'm not with my family.
The Let me see the list here of this. So, I've been in constant contact with the family, with your family, your living family. And there's some things here that I'm going to try to answer for them, okay? Because you've upset a lot of people, okay? And I'm not going to get into your beliefs and everything like that. You and I both agree that we don't have the same beliefs, all right? I'm not discrediting you, I'm not saying that you're a bad person or anything like that, but there's just some things that I don't believe, all right? Did you guys, since you guys seem very planned, this is very methodical, other than the fact about you taking your own life, which I'm still kind of questioning, because you guys, if you had such a method and you've done your research over this time, I don't understand how you get to the killing of the children, and then you and her have to take some time to see, like, okay, what's going to happen here? Am I going to go first? Are you going to go first? It just seems like to me that you guys would have a set regiment, like, okay, before sunup, the children have to be gone. The next day, we're going to console each other, do this. Then you go first, then I go, and here's how I'm going to go. Now, you've already said that you chickened out, but it seems like to me that you would have already had a plan. Like, you would have said, okay, well, here, I'm going to use this knife, or I'm going to use this gun or something. It seems like that just doesn't make sense to me. Okay?
I understand that.
And I'm not getting upset or anything.
I'm just telling you as it is.
And I appreciate that. Did you guys have any wills in place?
We had a will in place some time ago.
Okay.
I don't know if it's up to date. It was made like 6 years ago.
Okay. And are you supposed to have your parents go over things, or who's kind of left in charge to take care of what you guys have, or as a family? I mean, who's supposed to step in?
No, yeah.
So in the will, it doesn't say. I mean, you obviously probably weren't planning this back 6 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
This is something from 2019.
You left a note on the death table. Hopefully, when you guys have found us, and saying when you find us, this is person contact on Cindy Capto, and this is where the car is. This is where the life insurance policies are. This is where the will is, and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so that note should explain everything from this newest development in your life, as far as the plan to kill each other and then move on.
No, that note doesn't explain anything. It just tells them where everything is.
Okay. To contact Aunt Cindy.
Well, yeah.
That's Megan's Aunt Cynthia.
Megan's Aunt, yep.
And what's her last name again? Kopko or something?
Her maiden name is Kopko.
Yeah, okay. All right. So some of this stuff is for the family. Okay, both sides. Why was Tyler saying he wasn't returning to school this semester?
He might not have been returning to school, his school that semester, because he might have been going to Montessori school.
Montessori school?
Yeah, he might have been going to a different school.
Okay. Why was Megan telling people you guys were coming up for Christmas? And I don't know if that's in person or if that was via text. If that was you telling people via text, then let me know. Or
No, we had never said we were coming up for Christmas.
Meg never told anybody?
Not to my knowledge. For Christmas, everything was to stay down here.
All right. How did and this is more or less for me too, I mean, this is something that they bring up, but were the children really that receptive to it? Were they that understanding of this pact from the beginning?
They can only understand to a certain point because they were children.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm saying 13 and 11. I mean, I have some.
They can only understand to a certain point where they're children. Okay. We explained to them and wanted to get their feelings about the aspect of, if mommy and daddy die, if mommy and daddy take their own lives, and get their feedback. And their constant response with different excuses to the question was they want to be with us. Okay?
And what do you think led Megan into researching this? What was her...
God, the ridiculous amount of pain and the ridiculous amount of she couldn't live. She had just a recent miscarriage.
Okay, tell me about that.
We had one miscarriage before when she got sick.
When was that?
Let's see, I was 11, so that would be about 8 years ago.
Okay, so she had a miscarriage. Where were you guys at 8 years ago?
We were living in Connecticut. We just vacationed down here.
You guys bought that Georgetown a while ago, didn't you?
2005, yeah.
Yeah.
We bought it, and then we were expecting Alex Louis. So we decided to go up to family to have the baby. And that increased family tension, beyond belief.
Okay. So she miscarried about 8 years ago in Connecticut. All right. Did she go to get any treatment or doctors or anything like that?
She does. When she got sick with that major liver thing, which is very always the same thing, she started seeing doctors. We went to doctors up and down, thousands and thousands and thousands.
Where at?
Brigham Women's Children's Hospital. We went to Yale. We went to Hartford Hospital. We went to Backus Hospital. We went to...
Was there any primary that she would see back home in Connecticut?
Yes, Dr. He's in Canada now. Dr. I can't remember his name. I'm sorry. Okay. But the other primary doctor was Dr. Kendra. Kendra.
Where at?
Waterford Crossroads. What is her last name? I can't remember her last name in a second. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. What city? Where was she at?
Waterford.
Waterford, Connecticut. Yep. Okay. So she had been to the doctor up there.
Yep. Multiple. Yeah.
Had she been to any in Kissimmee or in Central Florida?
Not till we came back down here.
Okay. And who was she seeing down here?
She saw a lot by telecommute. She saw...
She would go to Celebration?
She went to Celebration.
Okay. So they would have to have some type of records of her?
Yeah.
All right. How about the boys? How about Zoe?
Zoe then went to the Franz Center.
Where?
Franz Center.
Where's that at?
In Orlando.
Okay.
That's about all I can tell you.
How about dentist, specifically?
Yeah.
Where at?
Celebration Dentist.
Celebration Dentist?
Yeah.
Everybody? Your wife?
My wife, no. My wife would go to Sage.
Sage Dental?
Sage Dental, yes.
Is that in Orlando?
That's right down in the Loop.
Oh, in the Loop?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
And I think my two boys went there also, but I know my two boys went to pediatric dentists.
Perfect.
In addition to Zoe.
Okay. That'll help us, obviously.
Please.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, that's good news. And the most recent miscarriage you spoke of, what was that?
That was in September.
September,
yeah, around September.
what happened?
We took some time to get away in June. Found out we were happy, you know. Went to Nashville, went to all that kind of stuff because the kids got back, everything progressing. When I started getting sick, there had been a couple times where I would fly in and literally take the next flight out to come back here because she was in such pain. Things progressing, we went for an ultrasound, and it was that whole, oh, maybe this, maybe that, you know.
Where did you go to the ultrasound at?
The Celebration ultrasound.
Like Celebration ultrasound or Celebration?
In the hospital.
Hospital. Yeah. Did you guys go to like the ER or was it just a regular scheduled?
It was a scheduled ultrasound because we started with the nurse midwives because we weren't sure we were going to do a home birth or not.
Okay.
And because Meg was over 40, they wanted to get us into an ultrasound just to make sure, confirm and everything. And couldn't hear anything, couldn't see anything.
How far along?
We want to say it was about 8 weeks, 6, 7, 8 weeks in that aspect.
6 to 8 weeks?
Yeah.
Okay.
We weren't sure, so they rescheduled another ultrasound to go back 2 weeks later. And then I flew back to Connecticut, and that was one of the ones where she literally called me, got a hold of me when I landed, and said, you need to get back here because I'm having a miscarriage. I'm hemorrhaging.
Good.
So I flew back, and she had a complete miscarriage. And
Tell me about the miscarriage. Did you go to the hospital?
She went to, her nurse midwife, sorry.
Nurse midwife, where at?
I'm trying to remember. I cannot remember the name of it. I apologize. It's in Orlando.
Okay, but there should be some type of documentation.
It should be, yes.
And was there any type of medical procedures or anything like that at that point?
Nope. They would send her things like go get another repeat ultrasound or go get, not repeat ultrasound, but repeat blood work to make sure her the hormone goes down.
Okay. So she's hemorrhaging. She goes to the hospital. I don't know what. Tell me about it. What happens?
She lays in bed.
Lays in bed. All right. How long passed by from the time that she was hemorrhaging to when she was seen by the midwife? How long was she in bed?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you.
Okay. Was there an elaborate story that you guys possibly buried something on the property?
We buried the thing on the property.
You buried
the piece. Yeah.
Okay. Where at?
Underneath the bush in the back.
Underneath the bush in the back. Okay. Where's the bush?
Right by the propane tank.
Bush by the propane tank is where you buried
this little thing.
You said item under.
Yeah, we burned it.
Burned it?
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
We burned it, ashes, and then buried the ashes.
So you buried the ashes?
Yes.
Okay. So this will be your house, Tony. Correct? Right here, that's your pool?
Yes.
Okay. Where's the bush and propane tank? Reference to?
This is the garage.
Okay.
There's a pool filter, propane tank is here, bush is right there.
Right here? Okay. Somewhere in that area. Okay. And the propane tank and the bush are right there?
Yep, the bush is, the propane tank is behind the bush.
Okay, well, that answers that. I mean, there was some concern from the family. Did you guys report that up, or did you guys tell the family up north, your family up north about that?
We told some,
Yeah, because some of them knew, and some of them didn't necessarily know what to believe. Was Megan actually ever diagnosed? I know we talked a little bit about it the other day about possibly like Lyme's disease or something like that. Was she ever diagnosed anything with the kidney pain and everything?
Everybody kept throwing out all different diagnoses, nobody knows what's going on.
Okay. So
she had drug-induced hepatitis.
Drug-induced hepatitis.
Yeah.
And who diagnosed her or whatnot with that?
Brigham and Women's, Brigham and Women's and Children's Hospital.
Okay. Where's that at?
Massachusetts.
Mass. Brigham, Williams, and Children's Hospital would have record of some type documenting her that she has.
Correct.
Okay. Now, some of this is kind of getting off topic here, but I typically don't do this, but in these very extenuating circumstances, I felt that I should try to answer some of the questions that are out there. Obviously, it's been brought up that your finances are a mess.
They are a mess,
yeah. Does Megan actually know the complexity of your financial mess?
This had nothing to do with the finances, though.
Okay, and that was kind of my...
This has something to do with the fact that because with the transition, the apocalypse coming towards the end of the day is coming in the end of December. We need to make this transition because by the end of December, this is when this was supposed to happen.
The apocalypse and everything by the end of December. Okay. How about if she would have kept the baby? Would you guys still have done this?
This was what's supposed to happen.
I'm just saying, between me and you, because it seems like when you speak about the miscarriage and stuff, that seems like it's a trigger, like it's a stressor.
Depression.
Yeah, absolutely. So do you think, and we can speculate, I don't know, I mean, what's done is done. Do you think that if she was going to have, because you said you were joyous, you were happy, do you think that maybe that would have changed something if she were to keep the baby?
With the knowledge that we had, with listening to even then, This is what happens.
Okay, your beliefs are your beliefs.
Beliefs are beliefs, yes.
Okay, all right. So you were set in stone, there was, okay. Did you, was notifying the family prior to this ever part of the plan or anything like that? No? Okay. Keeping it very private, like you said, you were kind of, you guys were a very private family. You guys spoke of, you guys had a will together. Did Megan have one on her own? Did she have her own will?
No.
You guys just had a family will? Okay. And this is more or less stuff for the attorneys and stuff, but did you guys have any life insurance policies?
Yeah, that's right. It's all in the box.
All in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Your dad spoke about like Knights of Columbus or something?
Knights of Columbus, yeah.
Knights of Columbus? Okay, so you know what he's talking about?
Yeah.
What do you want done with this stuff here in Florida as far as the Georgetown properties and the personal effects inside the home?
Whatever needs to be done.
Okay. I don't get involved in that. I'm here just speaking about the deaths and everything, but I've spoken with the family and I said, listen, that's something that maybe you guys need to work out with some attorneys and stuff, but I just told her I would try to answer some of this.
We don't care. We wanted to leave everything behind.
Okay. All right. Because obviously if there's photographs and stuff like that, these are their nieces and nephews and grandchildren and that type of stuff and loved ones. They would love to have
They can have anything they want.
Okay. They love you. They don't understand everything that took place. They are angry, they're hurt, but they're going to hold on to the memories and everything that they've had. And they want to remember the brother before all of this, okay? So they looked up to you and they admired and everything for you. Is there any messages or anything like that that you want me to relay to them? Because I will speak with them today.
Just tell them that I love them, but this was done, the decision our family made to do.
Okay.
Maybe not so bluntly, but...
No, that's fine, that's fine. You said ashes earlier. Who's the cremator?
Meg was it?
Meg?
Yeah.
Where'd she do it in?
We got a paint can from Celebration Hardware, put the ashes inside the empty paint can.
So the ashes are actually inside of a pink can buried underneath?
No, it was
Paint?
Paint, P-A-I-N-T.
Paint?
Yep, we put them inside there, put a little olive oil, put a little bit of sage and burn. Let it burn, and then when they calm down, we dug this little hole and put it in the ground.
In the can?
Nope.
Just the ashes?
Just the ashes, didn't want to pollute.
Okay, I understood. I got you. All right, let me get you a little bit more water. I need to step out and go over some things real quick. You okay for now? As best we're going to be?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Give me a couple minutes. All right. Let me just work. Hang tight. Tony, we're back. Let me get some more water. Just get a cup or something, whatever you want to do. All right. So, Detective Quinn has a list of kind of the items, the electronics we're going to try and go through. What color phone case did you have on your phone? You got an iPhone, right?
Yeah.
Was it white or black?
Mine was black.
Black iPhone?
Yes.
Okay.
But the cover, I don't know what color the phone actually was, so.
What about the kit? The phone case, black?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Remember which kind of iPhone model it was?
My personal one was the 10 or the X, whatever it's called.
10, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then my son had a similar one, which it looks almost the same. And that was Tyler's phone.
Okay.
I think he had a black case too.
Okay.
Sorry, I want to make sure it was recorded. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So some kind of updates from yesterday. So I had the unfortunate task of attending autopsies yesterday. Yeah. It's part of my job. However, everyone is not easy to go through, especially children. All right. I have children of my own, so I often think of mine when I see other children like that. And lots of stuff runs through my head. Sorry. Okay. However, some of the evidence noted and some of the injuries that were noted are consistent with some of your statements.
Okay.
So there are ways, I don't know how much training and education stuff that you have as far as in the medical field. I know you said you're a physical therapist. Blood flow, we spoke of earlier, right? Mm-hmm. So you understand that when a person is dead, their heart is not pumping.
Yes.
We all agree with the same agreement on that. Which means that if there's an injury to a person, like say a stab wound, they would be able to tell, all right, if there's no blood that is being pumped at the time of that injury.
Okay.
Okay. Which would make that wound post-mortem.
Okay.
After the person has been deceased, after the person has been killed.
Okay.
So, looking back on things, the boys.
Yeah.
Are you sure that you stabbed them prior to them being deceased?
Yes. 100% sure, without a doubt.
Okay. So if a doctor, medical examiner, tells you that the wounds, or tells me, are done post-mortem, what would you say to that?
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct.
Okay. You're firm on that?
Firm.
Okay. Because everything we've talked about has been pretty damn consistent, you know what I'm saying? But the biggest things were, she had some concern yesterday that it appeared, and she even noted that the boys' injuries, without a doubt, were done after they were dead. Okay.
I can tell you that absolutely 100%, because after it was done, they jerked and the knife went, and I had to find the knife both times afterwards, after I was done suffocating.
Was the knife in them as they were being suffocated?
No.
So we'll go through this a little bit slower pace before, as far as the death.
Okay.
Okay. Remind me which boy died first.
Alec, upstairs.
Alec upstairs. He is 13.
Correct.
Laying in bed. You have the green knife.
Correct.
Do you have to, in almost an attack fashion, or whatever you want to call it, I mean, I'm sure if he's awakened, as my children would be, they would say something, or they would, see me. Did you have to close his mouth at that point to keep him from preventing?
Nope. The way he was positioned, the knife was on top of him, and the stomach was totally exposed. I don't remember if he was wearing a shirt or not, but his stomach was totally exposed, and for some reason he had pillows blocked up on his chest.
Okay.
Where he was sleeping. So I put my hand on top of the pillows with my left hand, my right hand stabbed. Pulled it out, and then he jerked, and the knife went flying underneath the square headboard thing.
Square headboard thing.
The bookcase thing.
Okay.
He started swinging, kicking the wall and that kind of stuff, and that's when I was able to get...
Was your left hand physically on his face?
My left hand at that time was on the pillows that were on his chest.
Okay. So was his face exposed? Could you see him?
If I looked up a little bit, yes.
Okay. So how many times does the knife thrust into him? Once.
Once.
And I can't remember which boy suffered greater injuries. Do you remember? far as marked wounds, that was...
Those had one wound each.
Well, one was greater than the other, because one was more exposed than the other.
Oh, okay.
So almost as if it was maybe a slicing fashion or something like that.
Both of them were like this.
How were you holding the knife? Like downward?
Downward, yeah.
Okay. And so you went in like this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You wouldn't go in like this?
No, it was like this, because they like this side.
You were like this, you had his arm over the pillow, and your stomach's here, his head's here, feet are over here.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm right-handed.
You're right-handed. Your wife was right-handed.
My was, yes.
Okay. And Tyler, what happened there?
I laid next on top of him, and I came with him. I don't remember how I held the knife on that one, to be honest with you. So they were getting in the stomach, I pulled it out, and in the midst of it kicking, the knife went behind the sofa, right between the sofa thing.
So you had to retrieve it in between each kill, right?
Mm-hmm.
How were you holding it with?
I don't remember how I was holding Tyler, to be honest with you.
You said he was more of a fighter and that type of
He's
stuff.
stronger, yeah. He's more of a fighter.
So would that be more of a blindsided thing? I mean, were you quiet about it?
I was quiet about it for both of them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, that's going to be some of the major discrepancies just between that. I mean, you're saying that was first before the killing or before the death, and the doctor's going to say something else. But other than that, you take full
responsibility once it's done.
Okay.
If I commit suicide right now, I would.
Okay. Well, we're not going to let you do that.
I know.
I've made that very clear to everyone that I've spoken with that you do not want to be here. Okay.
I'm sorry, I have a different belief than you, and I don't just...
No disrespect towards you, and I hope there's none towards me.
No, that's what I meant.
Okay. You've treated me with the utmost respect the entire time.
Same.
From day one, and I've done the same to you.
Yes. That's why I'm not hiding behind lawyers or anything. This is what happened.
I completely commend that. I mean, it's a very tragic thing that you're right. You spoke of the other day. You walked to a beat of a different drum or something like that. You as the family. Absolutely. I mean, you're going to be judged by society on certain things that you've done and a lot of stuff, and whether you care or not, that's up to you. Even by your own family.
That's fine. They don't need to understand everything we did.
Correct.
Meghan and I were on the same page. We knew what we needed to do. We did it.
Okay.
That sounds snarky. I'm sorry.
You're fine, dude. Don't listen. You're one of the most polite guys I've had in here. I can tell you that.
One thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
The other day you said that you don't tell everybody, family or friends, your beliefs and all that. Why is that? Because we get judged. You get judged how? We get certain things like, for example, I'm trying not to... Well, remember being recorded right a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Everything we've said has been recorded. I just want you to know that.
Will the family hear this?
What family?
My family.
Yeah.
Does it hear this? Okay. Okay, so let me mean then. We went out looking at houses, and granted, we have different tastes in houses, different tastes in decorations. It's it's always a la must be nice, that kind of stuff, and always kind of belittled that way. So no matter why we believe in people, they just don't understand why we go organic, why we go gluten-free, why we do this, why it's always judged. So we just stop telling everybody. Okay. I know we're talking food or whatever, but our own beliefs, even the fact that we follow a very non-traditional Catholic religion, we're still judged. We're judged. We're judged no matter what we do, So we don't tell people anything.
Well, that's your beliefs, and you can stick by them, and I respect that. Were the kids happy?
They were very happy with us.
They were happy.
They lived a very happy life with us.
Yeah.
I do miss them.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I can't get, like we said the other day, I can't understand the children, but if that's something that you guys discuss, they have their whole life ahead of them now. When did you guys start kind of getting into the beat of the different drummer and all that type of stuff, and was it?
It's been transitional for a while.
Yeah. Was it you or Meg that was primarily,
I was born a follower.
you were born a follower?
I was more of a follower.
Oh, more of a follower. Okay. Good. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, first of all, do you have anything else of me right now? Do you have any questions or any concerns or anything like that right now? Unfortunately, for your sake, we are still on this side, okay? You're not with your family right now. So you are going to be charged with their murders, you understand that? That's fine? Okay. So, I mean, it's a formality that we have to take part in, okay? I know you may see things differently.
Oh, I understand.
Okay. I will make some phone calls to your family just to kind of update them and keep them up to date.
Okay.
Without a doubt, the persons that we pulled from your home are your family. Correct?
Correct, yeah.
It's Megan, Zoe, Tyler, and Alec. Okay. The reason why I kind of went over some of the dentistry and that type of stuff is obviously because of the decomposition, we had a little bit of a delay in that. The family does know, they don't know some of the grotesqueness of it behind it. I've kept it kind of private between us. So we're going to work on, obviously, some DNA stuff and everything like that, and we're going to take it from there.
Yeah, that's good.
And I appreciate, like I said, obviously this has been video, audio recorded, every which way, every part of this investigation. You've been highly cooperative. You've never denied anything. The only discrepancies that we've had is post-mortem stab wounds versus what your version of events is, and that will be duly noted in my report, in my investigation. Okay?
I'm not lying to you about it. They were stopped first.
Okay. All right. Okay. So just hang tight for us here. I need one more thing. Yeah, I'm so sorry. No. You've been in the hospital the last couple of days, correct?
I don't know how long I've been.
Okay, well, the last couple of days. Wednesday. Yeah, Monday.
Monday, yes.
So Wednesday. You're not on any kind of medication. You didn't get any type of.
They gave me something.
Well, you're not under the influence of anything right now. You didn't take anything while you're in the hospital that would alter your mind or your thought process or.
They gave me something.
Other than not knowing the day of the week, you know where you're at, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. You're at the Osceola County Sheriff's Office and everything like that. Okay.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I just wanted to go back and say, I didn't know what the hell I was saying. I'm of sound mind, and that's
sound mind. I'm here. I did it.
Yeah.
It was over with. What are you doing?
Okay. Like I said, what we do is we're gonna collect some DNA. I have a search warrant for your DNA for some comparisons and stuff. So one of the girls is gonna come in and I'll let you have a moment. Okay. You need more water? Okay. Just let me know if you do. It's let's see what's wrong. 12:53 hours.
It's after midnight?
Huh?
After midnight?
No, it's in the afternoon. It's daytime. Sorry, that's that military stuff.
What time did you guys pick?
12:52. We got you this morning. We got you like 9:30, 10 o'clock this morning, something like that.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Bear with me.
So I see the attorneys at the bench, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess for the evening. As always, please do not discuss the facts of the case with anyone. Please do not conduct any independent research. If you happen to inadvertently become exposed to any media reports or any information about this case outside of court, please discontinue watching or reading those reports and so indicate when we resume. We are going to resume with the presentation of evidence tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you. You may leave your courtesy copies and your notes. They'll be safe. Detective, you may step down. You're still under subpoena. I'll ask that you return tomorrow at 9 a.m. for continuation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anything we need to discuss before taking the evening recess, defense?
No, Judge.
Yes, Judge. I'm going to wait for detective.
Understood? You may be seated.
Your Honor, I think that it would be prudent to discuss some things due to the fact that the state did not introduce the defendant's interview from January 13th. I believe that's going to limit some of the content that is available for cross-examination. I also believe, based upon my deposition of Dr. Scully Danziger, it's going to limit that witness's availability or ability to testify about certain things.
Right. While the rule of completeness contemplates a piece of evidence, the court may not compel the state to present any evidence that they feel does not advance their case. Is the state anticipating not presenting the portion of the statement from the January 13th?
The state is not.
Okay. So as far as what is presented in Dr. Scully Danziger's testimony,
Based upon my deposition of Dr. Scully Danziger, she indicated that she was contacted to give an opinion on the defendant's effects of Benadryl at the time of the January 13th interview. That's not an issue if the state doesn't play the January 13th interview. She did receive other records, but during her deposition, she indicated to me that she did not form an opinion based upon those other records. She was not asked to do so. She did receive the autopsy reports and reviewed those. However, she's not a forensic pathologist, so I don't know that her testimony would be, she would be able to give opinion testimony regarding toxicology results, so I'm not sure that she will be able to testify really to anything at this point.
May I respond?
I just want to clarify the request. The request is a motion in limine to exclude the testimony of Dr. Scully Danziger on specific portions of her anticipated testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and I wanted to make sure that the record was preserved. I anticipate cross-examination of Detective Cole Miller, but I believe based upon the evidence presented, that's going to be limited to the state's director, Detective Cole Miller.
Okay. So you will anticipate making beyond the scope arguments and objections tomorrow, should you believe that the defense's question are outside of the scope of the state's direct. All right. Thank you.
May we resolve one issue now, though?
Of course.
Because the prosecutor said that because Dr. Scully Danziger is not a medical examiner, she's not competent. Bruce Goldberger, the doctor from the University of Florida, is not a medical examiner either, and he is a toxicologist and gave opinions in this court. So if we think it's sauce for the goose, it's good for it's sauce for the gander.
Okay.
I may have misspoke if I said forensic pathologist, I meant forensic toxicologist. Dr. Scully is a pharmacist, not a forensic toxicologist.
Who works at a poison center.
Understood. So I'm trying to specify the request. This is a motion to exclude Dr. Scully Danzinger's testimony regarding toxicology based on her not being an expert and not being in a position to give opinion testimony.
Regarding the autopsy toxicology reports, she is not a forensic toxicologist, and therefore she's not qualified to give an opinion as to the toxicology results from the autopsy.
Has she not already given expert testimony to this court in pretrial hearings?
Regarding the effects of Benadryl on the defendant who was alive at the time.
Understood.
But, Your Honor, there's no such thing as licensing for forensic toxicologist as opposed to just toxicology, because that exactly is what Dr. Goldberg.
We can resolve that matter with a voir dire of Dr. Scully Danzinger outside the presence of the jury, and I guess I'll be making some game time decisions as to whether she will be qualified to testify as to her evaluation of the autopsy reports and any toxicology results. I don't recall getting into that issue with Dr. Scully Danzinger. She may be found to be qualified by the court, or she may not. I'll need to receive that testimony. So as to that issue, I'm going to reserve. I've not been asked. I've been put on notice that to anticipate objections, but I will make accommodations for the state to have an opportunity to voir dire her prior to that specific opinion testimony, and I'll make a decision one way or the other.
Thank you for hearing me today.
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, in my deposition of Dr. Scully Danzinger, I did specifically ask her, quote, "Do you expect to testify at trial regarding anything you reviewed with the toxicology reports, Megan's medical records, or any of the other medical records that you received?" She indicated, "I do not know at this time." I mean, if I'm asked to, I can weigh in on that, and I know that we would have to do another deposition if those are opinions that I'm asked to weigh in on and discuss. I was never informed that she was going to testify regarding anything other than what we discussed regarding Anthony Tote. We did briefly discuss some of the autopsy reports during the deposition, but it was not in depth due to Dr. Scully's records.
All right, thank you. I'm going to entertain Dr. Scully Danzinger's qualifications to testify to opinion testimony when and if they are presented. If we anticipate those are going to get into areas that the state objects as to her expertise or her qualifications to give opinion testimony, we will do that analysis outside of the presence of the jury. As to the secondary issue of making contemporaneous objections outside the scope, I guess I'm going to have to handle those on an objection-by-objection basis. If there's any case law that you wish to present, I will be on the bench at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
In terms of Dr. Scully Danziger, should any proffer be needed, does the court want to quasi set a time for us to make her available for that, or we'll just kind of handle it as we need?
I don't know, based on your conversations with your client and the flow of the trial, when the defense's case in chief, or what it will consist of. So I guess we'll have to do that we'll consider that when the state rests their presentation of evidence.
Okay.
I'll ask ask the parties to have a conversation with each other as to the anticipated number of remaining witnesses and the anticipated time when the state anticipates closing, barring any changes in circumstances. We're going to be in recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Like I said, I'll be on the bench at 8:30 to handle any matters that have arisen since. Thanks. We're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.